What up, y'all? Good morning. Morning. It's MLK Day. Going live again. Might as well take advantage of non-market hours, sort of holiday days to live stream. I don't, we'll see how these are going. I didn't mind it doing it last time, and so I'm doing another day, and I'm gonna go ahead and share this again to some of my social media profiles. So I just shared it to all my socials, the live link. I should schedule these, but it's it really depends on like how I'm feeling that day, like what I think I can share and things like that. And I'm still new at this, so I don't see, at least when I saved it to YouTube, it seemed to be really easy to cut up the video into shorts and even edit it if I make a mistake. Obviously, if I make a mistake live, I can't edit it. But if I make a mistake, my TV's on. Hold on. If I make a mistake with the recording and I reshare the recording, I can edit it. But the biggest thing is I can, as I'm working through my day, I can, any whatever pieces of knowledge that I share, I can make a video out of it, and make a shorter video out of it, and allow folks to draw people in that way, or be able to share that piece of knowledge with people. right then and there. It will, instead of having them view the whole thing, I can extract some of the nuggets for them. But what I would recommend folks do, and it's what I did, is I'm obviously working, so I just fast forwarded through the silent parts, and when I started talking, you know, um, that's when I would listen to it and see if it was something worth hearing. So again, it's something new for me. I'm just trying it out, but I thought it'd be interesting for folks in terms of. And then I had people join every once in a while, or I had people join at the end yesterday, and I thought, a pretty cool conversation. So it is MLK Day. Market is closed, so I'm not under a ton of pressure. I'm just working on administrative stuff again, accounting, things of that nature, wrapping up year-end stuff for my partners and things of that nature. So if you're watching, thanks for joining, and we'll see what I can. We'll see what type of content I produce today. But first things first is I read the Wall Street Journal a little bit. That's what I start my mornings with: coffee, Wall Street Journal. I'm wearing the same jacket I wore 2 days ago, but I do that when I'm working. It's my home office, so it's like whatever. But the whole point is to keep it real with folks. There's enough podcasts and things like that, and enough. Well, I just got to be me. This is what I do, and I think that's interesting enough, at least for me. So, but yeah, it's I'm doing some administrative stuff today. I worked on I was reading the Wall Street Journal about tariffs. Okay, so I start my mornings with. Sometimes I'll start with newspapers, but West Coast money managers, they are, I think, under a different set of issues because the market opens at 6:30 a.m. West Coast time. In the East Coast, it's open at 9:30, closes at 1:30 or 1 p.m. over here on the West Coast. So, those are really kind of early hours, and I found that the trading environment is such that I want to be there while the market is open. I want to be able to make a trade or get updated with news and get ahead of things, right? Because just the way the market moves nowadays, it just it moves fast. It's getting more volatile. And I read that Wall Street, actually, I guess Michael Hartnett of Bank of America mentioned and I mentioned this 2 days ago, if you watch my live then, that the market seems to be broadening. People have been saying that for years, by the way. The market's broadening. And my bad. This time, by the way, if folks are gonna chat, I'm saving the chat. So that people can have context. Otherwise, I thought it was already saved, but apparently it's not been saved. And so I was talking, it seemed like I was talking to myself yesterday, but I was actually talking to my one of my high school friends, and who lives in the same city as me, and we grew up in the same city and played JV basketball together. And again, one of my loves is basketball, has always been basketball, always will be basketball. And even though I was kind of a bench warmer, but it's okay. I was short, but hey, I made the team. I made varsity too, by the way. Same issue, right? I didn't play, so I picked up another sport and kind of stopped playing. I didn't want to go through that again because I was obviously challenging myself academically, and then I wasn't really playing. So it's like I was And if you're not playing in high school, it's kind of like you're basically practicing and helping the starters, essentially play better during the game, which I was fine with, especially throughout JV. But as I got junior and senior year, I always knew that academics were my thing. Athletics definitely were not my thing. So, yeah, athletics is just was just something I wanted to do in high school. But yeah, I was reading this Wall Street Journal article, and it was like, a lot of the tariffs are being paid by domestically, either by the consumer or the importers themselves, like 96%, contrary to claims by the Trump administration. This is the Wall Street Journal, by the way, which is owned by Lachlan Murdoch now, which before it was kind of split due to the Murdoch internal family, I would say, politics, and a group of the inheritance, the heirs to the Rupert Murdoch inheritance, a group of them weren't as conservative as Lachlan. I think that's how you pronounce his name. And now Lachlan has total control now, of the Wall Street Journal and Fox News, which before was you could notice the difference between Fox News and the conservatism in Fox News and the Wall Street Journal and the editorials in the Wall Street Journal. I was a little surprised at how different they were. It seemed like the Wall Street Journal was a little bit more fact-based. The Fox News is just like, sometimes I don't know what I'm watching when I watch Fox News, but I watch it anyway sometimes. I mainly watch CNBC, which it's on right now. And then I'll read I'll read a lot of, some periodicals here and there, but a lot of annual reports. But anyway, the Wall Street Journal was just talking about how tariffs are being paid right now by consumers, 96% by consumers and importers. So there's just a lot of misinformation out there, and unfortunately by a lot of times by the administration itself. But I'm just saying the Wall Street Journal should be like a pretty conservative leaning periodical, and even it's saying, what are we doing with these tariffs? It seems like we're hurting ourselves. I think the hope is that, like I said, like 2 days ago, is that growth will outpace it. So anyway, it's a day off for most people. I don't really have days off. When you run a business, it's kind of like all the time. And it's, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I think I was saying to on my last live too. You got to love what you do, or else it's going to be a real pain in the neck to have to deal with it every single day. And I'm almost thinking I should move a lot of my work to this screen so that I'm not looking away from the camera. But like I said, this live is all about keeping it real in terms of like what I do, because I see enough like podcasts and things like that that's overproduced. I also see like people doing live stuff, kind of live, but kind of produced live as well, but a lot of produced stuff. And I just don't like, for me as someone who's pretty hardcore into investing in business, I guess for me, I'd be like, if there was someone who was managing money, doing it for real and like documenting it, that'd be cool. So, but anyway, I can't promise I could do this all the time. But like I said, if I see it to be beneficial for not only my partners, but for people, then I'll keep doing it. And it's the only thing I could do actually semi-consistently, because the podcast, it's like I do what I don't know. I feel like I do it like every 6 months or something. So I don't think that's quite enough. So, but what's enough? It's like what you enjoy doing. It's just this live stuff. I don't have to edit it at all, and it could be like a stream of consciousness as things happen as well. Like yesterday, I was commentating on the playoff game, Bills and the Bills in Denver. That was a great game, by the way. Niners game was garbage. As in the Niners lost big from the first kickoff. So anyway, I'm gonna log back into my work, just administrative stuff, like I said. Yeah. They're saying stock futures are down because Trump's threat of tariffs for retaliation over Greenland. So, and I was looking at overseas stocks weren't overseas markets or international markets. A lot of them were not closed yesterday, so I was monitoring that. I'm gonna log in actually. I know it'd be more interesting for folks if I shared my screen and stuff, but it's really not about that. That'd probably throw you off because I want to do stuff that's real and helpful, and that's not going to help you, I don't think. I just got this iPhone 17 iPro Max or whatever, and I had an iPhone SE before, and I was getting made fun of so much that I finally switched phones. And man, it is a world of a difference. So I usually don't respond to peer pressure like that, but I was getting so much hate for having a button on my phone. And I bought the iPhone SE in 2020, which was like the cheapest phone because I hate spending money on stuff like that. But now that I'm in business, I use it so much for business that it makes sense. To upgrade my phone in order to do more stuff with it. And I didn't realize it's such a world of a difference. I really like the picture-in-picture thing where you see yourself. It's, so I'm not in every international market. I'm in specific ones, and I'm seeing, let me see. But they were open yesterday. So, yeah, I mean, a lot of the Asian markets, as soon as the U.S. markets are closed, the Asian markets open up, so really, by Sunday, you can technically start your work week if you're managing money. So I'm checking the MSCI ACWI XUS ETF, which is an international, basically, index fund. Not index fund, but index. There are index funds based on it, and I guess if you were indexing, you could always throw in like a 10% position in an international index fund of some sort. And I haven't mentioned that a lot, but as you feel like it. But a lot of the U.S. companies, they were global. They still are, but they're so global that a lot of times that's the only exposure you need. But yeah, there's the MSCI. I have a watch list. I don't know if it's trading, but anyway. But yeah, I mean, I guess, I haven't taken a look, but futures are down. I guess US futures are down because of it. By the way, a good book. It's called Business Adventures. This is the book by John Brooks. It was a really good book. I guess it's one of Warren's favorite business books. His favorite investing book is The Intelligent Investor. This is his favorite business book. And I thought it was cool, actually. It was cool from the sense of as much as Warren and a lot of these, investors like to say, or they view the market as this and that in terms of Mr. Market and volatility is meaningless and things like that. The book Business Adventures actually goes into it's a more honest account of like when markets move, people do pay attention, and I think it's, of course, if you buy a good stock, you shouldn't pay attention to market fluctuations. But sometimes they could be sending a signal. And that's what I got from that Business Adventures book. And you need to pay attention. It's important to pay attention sometimes if there's massive movements of any sort. It could be a harbinger for things to come. But it may not be anything at all. And that's but the point is, information is imperfect in the market. And that's the philosophy that I work off of, which in many business schools, they'll teach that information is perfect. So, but I think it's imperfect. And, as much as you're paying attention over here, this movement in, let's just say, oil or commodities may point to something, or the bond market may point to something over here. And maybe you need to shift some attention over here, just in case it is sending you some type of signal. So, and so I hate to say it, but I think that's a lot of what is drawing retail investors in, is the obviously excitement of markets. And I do think to I guess Jim Cramer's point, and it's a lot of elite people will tell you to like ignore the fluctuations and don't view markets as a casino and things like that. And but they don't say, and I think what will be a more honest take is there is some excitement in that, in seeing markets do certain things and fluctuate a certain way. And sometimes it could mean something, right? And if you're paying attention, potentially you can get ahead of it, good or bad, right? And I'm not saying be a short-term trader. I just don't believe in that game at all. But what I am saying is, if you have a longer-term strategy, you may need to make tactical changes in the short term to get to that long-term strategy. So that's the best way to say it. And that's why likely I will not be live streaming while the market is open, because it's too chaotic. I have too many things going on. Maybe I'm thinking maybe after the market closes, maybe I'll live. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, no days off when you're running a business. It is what it is. But but I enjoy it. So different things, different strokes for different folks. Yeah, and I got a question yesterday after posting one of my shorts in terms of what do I do and things like that. And I think the best way to um, find out more of like what I do, what I'm about, what my philosophy is www.tranpartnership.com. Um, again, tranpartnership.com. So one word. And so you could check out that. It's basically a landing site with some information that you can look through and my background, things of that nature. Oh yeah, today's the college football championship. That Notre Dame should be playing in, by the way. Um, And then like John Summit and I guess Calvin Harris performed in the college football playoff, and I was like, where were they last year? Sheesh. I think Lil Wayne played last year, but you had to pay for it. It was a concert. It wasn't like a free thing. I think what they mean by and then Kane Brown, is that his name? Yeah, the country singer played for ticket holders. And those tickets are selling on resale for like $3,000 or something ridiculous. So yeah, those tickets are selling for like $3,000. So it's like free, but it depends on how much you paid for it. I mean, those tickets are expensive either way. But yeah, so it was so cold though. Me and my nephew and I didn't have a chance to go watch Kane Brown. The nights before, you could have paid for like Wayne and all them, but it's like partying in Atlanta at this time is not the same as partying on Miami Beach. So I was, kind of bummed, and even more bummed now that I'm seeing John Summit and the Calvin Harris play for the ticket holders this year. I think Bill Ackman or something was like managing or investing is like watching paint dry or something like that. But I like Charlie Munger's comparison more in terms of managing money is like fishing. You don't always catch a fish, you know what I mean? But you set the hook, you set the line, you wait a little bit. Sometimes you wait a little bit, and sometimes you get a bite, and that's the exciting part. But yes, there is a big gap in between, but that doesn't mean that things are not happening, So I think markets are very dynamic. It's exciting and scary, but what I do agree with in terms of intelligent investors to use those fluctuations to your advantage and not to guide you typically, but if they're really, really big moves and you haven't paid attention to it, like I said, like let's say in the bond portfolio or interest rates, it may be something to just look at. Article came out that just talked about gold and silver rallying, in the Wall Street Journal due to the Trump administration's threat on more tariffs on the EU and folks that are kind of showing resistance to the Greenland takeover threat by this administration. I like reading Barron's too. Every now and then. I don't like the articles where it's like XYZ has dropped by now. It's like seems like just the title alone just feels like clickbait, you know? I'm not going to lie, every now and then, well, I mean, it's part of my job too. If I find if I think of a good stock idea as I'm reading or a good industry to research, I'll do it, because that really is my main thing. My main job. And as I said, I think the market, will continue to broaden, to be quite honest. And like I said, people have been saying that. It's almost like trendy to say, and it hasn't happened. But it's what it seems like is happening. I'm a big fan of using Value Line as a research publication. Not necessarily for ideas, but to look at an individual stock, because it give you like. And when I took Professor Greenwald, Bruce Greenwald's class, value investing seminar at Columbia University, that was probably one of my more informative classes, by the way, that I've probably ever taken. I had to pay for it, but the point is they use Value Line as well. So I don't know if they still use it, because that was a long time ago, but it's like in 2000. That was like in 2010 or something. It was crazy. Yeah, so I'm just researching stocks right now. I get a lot of questions about valuation, how I go about valuing a stock, and my ideal stock, 10 years of, I have to look at 10 years of revenue growth, earnings growth, ideally. But a lot of this criteria is in the Intelligent Investor as well, the book. I have it in my bookshelf here somewhere, but and the big thing that trips people up, I think, is you have to find owner earnings. It's not just earnings. People just look at earnings, but it's like, if this company is really capital intensive, your earnings are going to get hit, so so there's a metric called owner earnings that investors should be particularly in tune with. But literally the criteria in Intelligent Investor, I have it all written down. So I think I've probably memorized it at this point. It goes into much more detail in security analysis. It's a much bigger book, though. I would say some of that's probably not relevant anymore, but the principles are of buying things undervalued and looking for value and buying it with a margin of safety. Meaning, however good you think it is, hopefully it's selling for even cheaper than that. I really like companies that repurchase their shares, by the way. It just show like nowadays, like if you don't pay a dividend, you pay a small dividend, at least if you have a repurchase program, it shows that it's another way of showing that you're taking care of your shareholders, assuming the shares are not overvalued. There are some companies that are repurchasing their shares even though they shouldn't. I think it's Jason Zweig, by the way, but he had an article about that recently in the Wall Street Journal. I keep saying Zweig. It's just I'm pretty sure it's Zweig. So it's just like when you read learn about a word in a book and you think about, you think you're saying it right, but then you actually say it and you realize it's wrong the whole time. About to go for seconds on coffee real quick. Yeah, but like on market days, I like to start working at 6:30. Um, so in the morning, a.m. And then I read an article about 24/7 trading. It's already there, by the way. Like if you have certain brokerages will allow you to do that. Certain brokerage accounts. It's already there, I think. I think it's for the big companies, it's already there. So as in the big really liquid companies, that's already got a 24/7 market. So and like I said, I don't think that's particularly a good thing. Just people are trading everything nowadays. Earnings, the fluctuations around earnings announcements are wild. The most I've ever seen, really. Um, so, all right. Well, that company's not going to work, I don't think. I'm looking at a REIT. There's specific ways to value a REIT. It's really not that cheap. Not this particular one. Not for. Yeah, I don't like that one. I visited my mom yesterday. She always hooks it up with food. So I'll probably eat some of. She cooked bún bò Huế. So probably having that for lunch. Then I went to Costco and I saw on this Instagram, and on my Instagram for whatever reason, it was this. She calls herself the Costco Costco hoe or something like that. I don't know why she calls herself that, but um, just so many. I feel like I buy so many things at Costco. It's ridiculous. But yeah, it's got this. I think there's like a whole bunch of Instagram followings and almost a cult like following to Costco on social media that finds deals at Costco, which I'm not surprised. I mean, um, but I was at Costco yesterday, bought some stuff to prepare for the week, and I got for Christmas I got this robot vacuum. Thank you to my sister who got me that. And it's been awesome. It's been awesome. I have to help my parents with their robot vacuum. But through helping them, I know how to operate mine, and it's just awesome. I don't know what else to say. It's like having a dishwasher. You know, my parents don't use their dishwasher, but I use mine. And it feels like the same thing. You know, it's just like at some point it's going to be a necessity in every home. It's just that helpful. So, you know, as people get, you know, wealthier, the US population gets wealthier over time, I feel like, you know, things that didn't seem necessary back in the day are necessary now. Seem necessary now. You know, like I said, my parents still don't wash, you know, they still hand wash their dishes and use their, you know, and use their dishwasher to store dishes basically. So, you know, but, you know, it is what it is. Well, I visited my mom and my dad. My dad, I hung out with him for a bit as well. But so that's the thing. Like every, you know, when people have their typical days off, I don't really have holidays or weekends technically, you know. So I don't even pay attention to them unless it affects gym hours because I go to the gym. So like Christmas and things like that, I gotta pay attention. But other than that, well, market hours. Like if markets aren't open, then you know I'm a little bit easier on myself. Um, so the market's not open today, so it's a little easier to stream and things like that. So and like do receipts and like catch up on just so many of the. I think I mentioned it. It's this whole other beast of administrative stuff. And instead of having this whole team, when you're just starting and you're just running a business, you're your own team, So it's been it's been a lot of work and a big learning experience, but I enjoy it, and I think these lives, maybe a bit of a journal of how I'm going about managing and growing the business and all that, and the mistakes and all that as well. So I was watching CNBC earlier, but they're playing like Millennial Money. It's like, I don't even know what that is. The Kings lost last night, which is always a bummer. I think, and the only discrepancy I saw was the free throw discrepancy. Other than that, Kings shot from three better. They blocked shots, not that many turnovers or similar turnovers. It's just, I don't know. They fouled. Apparently, they fouled a lot more. Well, and Portland's such a good free throw shooting team. They shot 90%. So, I think that was the biggest difference, which can point to many things, by the way. It can point to, a lot of times it just points to if there's a mismatch in size or athleticism or something like that, you may have to foul more. Or just the refs are biased, but we were playing at home, so I don't know why the free throw discrepancy was so large, to be honest. But that's one thing I noticed. Or the Kings just need to find a way to get to the charity stripe more, or if their strength is to shoot threes, then they need to maybe shoot more threes, because they're shooting them at a much better clip than other teams. It's just, I think they're trying to work in Sabonis right now, and he's such a former All-Star. I mean, there's a lot of mouths to feed on the Kings right now. And I know Sabonis was whatever. You're seeing reports of Sabonis being frustrated with his role, but aside from dunking the ball, mini hook, which Maxine Reynaud also has, dunking the ball, taking it hard. He used to have a 3-point shot. I don't know what happened. but I think he should continue to develop that. The whole argument of in the 90s, I took it in and pounded the paint. That's true. But if you're like Victor Wembanyama and you're shooting 40% or 35% from three, it's like Shaq wasn't shooting threes because he can't make them. Like if you can make the three like Dirk Nowitzki, you should shoot the three. Like Dirk. I wouldn't say Dirk should have pounded the ball on the inside. He did, but he'd have that one-legged fadeaway. But he shot the three so well. He was a shooter. I mean, he was basically a 7-foot guard, and you're just seeing that nowadays with Kevin Durant and all that. It's just so I am about pounding the ball in the paint if you have the build for it and if it's effective. But I'm shocked at the amount of people who can shoot threes nowadays. And I would agree. With Snoop, I guess Snoop was like, yeah, like you're not taking it enough inside, but it's just I think the people, I just if you could shoot the three, shoot the dang three. That's what I think. Like Giannis can't shoot threes. Like he should pound it inside. Like I'm watching the Bucks game right now, Bucks Atlanta. He used to be able to shoot three, and then he got really buff, and then he can't shoot it no more. So like if you can make it and develop that 3-point shot and make it consistently, why not? It's another weapon. I don't get it. Like I wouldn't ask Kevin Durant to like post up. He's like, his build is not meant to post people up. Giannis's is. So I see him posting up all day and dunking on people. But what I was trying to say is like there's no more Steph Curry's, like Steph's a one of one. And he changed the game, but he kind of had to as a shorter guard, But basketball's always been and it's going back to that, but basketball's always been, a tall person's game. I hate to say it because I'm not tall, but I think it's going back to that. Get some coffee. My favorite cup. You can't see it, but it is a U.S. Trust cup. U.S. Trust. And it's been my favorite cup as soon as it gets out of the dishwasher. I use it. Got some candy. Got it from Costco yesterday. And it had like, I swear it's got like 2 Butterfingers. It's insanely stingy on the Butterfingers, and it's got all these Almond Joys, and I'm like, that sucks. I don't like Almond Joys. It's like fake coconut. I'm just like, nasty. I showed y'all some receipts yesterday. A lot of receipts. I need a better organizing system, I know, but and it's a lot more than that. when I buy in securities in local currency, because I'll do that. I'm buying a lot of securities on the local stock exchange in that country's currency sometimes, and it's kind of been a challenge to it's always kind of a challenge when you're accounting for it after the fact in terms of currency conversions, things like that. The foreign exchange can move against the dollar for better or worse, so you have to account for that. You try to hedge as much of the currency as you can, and you have to account for that. So it's a challenge investing in local currency, but there's ADRs. You can buy ADRs. And when I was at Bank of America Private Bank, I think most all the money managers, if they were going to buy, it was Global Opportunities Portfolio, right? So they buy a lot of foreign securities, but the fund itself was in the multi-billions, right? So they'd buy ADRs, what they're called, American Depository Receipts, effectively. And there's, when you're buying big companies, they typically have an ADR that tracks the stock movement, traded on local time and local markets like the NYSE, NASDAQ, all that. So I think it's a lot easier to buy ADRs. And my bad, Joe, if you're typing in the chat and you know me, you could just text me and let me know, or message me or DM me and let me know that you've typed in the chat, which was unexpected, by the way. I know all these influencers sitting here talking to their chat, but I don't do this stuff expecting to get famous. My take on tonight, by the way, Miami's got home court. So it's going to be tough to beat. But I think Indiana's the better team. Miami, for all that they did, it's like these conference teams will lose against terrible teams and then win against really big teams, and that's somehow better than a non-conference team winning against pretty good teams and very good teams, you know. But apparently, losing to terrible teams is, if you were to look at the stock market, uh, it'd be like a higher volatility team, bigger ups and bigger downs. CFP committee apparently looks at the bigger ups and gives them more credit for, or a higher ranking for winning bigger games, going into Georgia, beating Georgia or whatever, which is kind of garbage. Dang, this Kit Kat bar's all messed up. Cavs are playing OKC. The Cavs have really underperformed this year, and I don't know if OKC is going to take it again this year over the Spurs. I think if OKC meets up with the Spurs in the playoffs, the Spurs would lose. I mean, I'm sorry, OKC would lose, but there's some veteran teams I think in the West that can beat the Spurs. Like the Knicks beat the Spurs for the cup. Yeah, so the NBA Cup. Hmm. Mm-hmm. The Lunar New Year's around the corner. For Asian people, at least for my family, it's a big deal. Very big deal. Yeah, I guess it's like in February, mid-February, somewhere around there. Or sorry, March. Yeah, I guess it's based on like where the moon is at, not so much on dates, calendar dates. So, um, close game with Milwaukee and Atlanta. Like I said, I have YouTube TV, and I don't know about other streaming platforms, but I really like YouTube TV's sports offerings. I'm a big sports person, so not only like in my personal life, I just grew up around it. I just it'll always be something that I really love. So, but yeah, it's and even as far as diet, physical fitness, I think it helps. It all feeds into my work performance ultimately. So I try to hit the gym. You know, I only go for like half an hour. I go for half an hour. I do 20 minutes of weights and like 10 minutes of cardio, usually on the treadmill or something like that. Yeah, I'll run a mile. I don't care. I'll run a 10-minute mile. I'll run a 9-minute mile. Sometimes I try to hit 8-minute, 30-second mile. But then I'll do like two muscle groups a day. Let's just say, you know, um, chest and tries or something like that, right? So, but the emphasis really is not on gaining mass because I'm older now, and my sister, who is a physician, and she helps me with understanding my target body weight, which at my height is around 145, something like that. So, um, I try to keep around there versus before I was like 157 or something. Um, and that college mentality of trying to gain muscle mass, which, in reality, with how much I was working out, it was probably fat, to be quite honest. So I've lost a lot of weight and probably some muscle, but I'm okay with that. I don't, you don't want to overstress your heart. And everybody's got, their own particular issues based on family history and stuff like that. So, but a lot of the bad things associated with weight. So it's good to keep the weight off. Whether it's muscle or fat. At least that's what my sister told me. And her and my brother-in-law, they're sort of my, they kind of advise me on that stuff. So, I try and listen. Swatted at the rim. Steven Adams went down for Houston yesterday. Poor guy. That guy's he's a warrior. He's he's just one of the toughest dudes in the NBA. And so to see him go down with a knee injury, it must have been bad. I haven't checked on what it is, but it's probably bad. He's not a young sprite man anymore either. So, I mean, that's the sad reality of sports. You just, so much is dependent on your body putting up with that. So I get tired watching these guys. The game nowadays is running up the court like madness. So I'm glad I played it when I played it, and I'm glad I, ended it when I ended it. So although I kept playing in college and even in grad school, I kept playing basketball, either bookstore basketball or intramurals. I always, people don't know this, but I injured my right shoulder playing basketball in a league, actually in 2011. And I injured my shoulder because I had just came back from Vietnam. I had lived over there for 8 months working and trying to start a business venture, and it never got off the ground. So I came back in the real estate crisis, tried to raise a little bit of money and invest in it. But then I joined a basketball league with my brothers. The initial injury, though, was when I was lifting weights, when I was doing overhead shoulder presses. And I was 18, and I was like this, and it was 85s or like 80s, I swear to you. And I brought it too far back. I think I didn't have proper form, and then my shoulder gave out. And ever since then, it's been a little weak. That was when I was 18. So I come back. I hadn't really. The other bad thing is when I was in Vietnam, there's no like gyms that are readily available. I went to a gym, but it was like a city gym, and everybody used it. And I felt like I was one of the strongest dudes in the gym in Vietnam. But anyway, I only went like once or twice, and I just didn't get much workout in. And so I came back and joined this league, and I was out of shape. So I hit down on this ball, and this big dude pulling up on the ball, and it pulled my shoulder out. So I popped it back in, and I was like, I'm good. Well, I go for a layup on a play in the next game, and I barely got hit. Shoulder popped out. This time it didn't pop back in. So I go to the ER with my brother, my older brother, and I'm like crying because it's like my shoulder's popped out the entire time. So we wait for the doctor to come in to pop back in my shoulder, and it probably took like an hour. And so I probably need surgery on it. At least that's what my brother-in-law told me, who's my physician as well. And I probably need surgery on it, but I can do everything on it fine. It's just, I don't know if people know this, but all throughout grad school, I couldn't go hard to the paint with my right arm. People who played against me, maybe they noticed, maybe they didn't, but every time I drove to the hoop, I drive to my left. I could shoot fine, and I had a J, and I would hit threes and stuff like that. But when I drove hard to the hoop, I was always going left because I was scared my shoulder would pop out. Um, and everything functions fine. I mean, I can lift it. I can do all the lifts that I need. I can't go too wide on bench and stuff like that. I mean, there's certain things I can't do anymore, but um, I was a gimp all throughout grad school, and one of my NBA classmates found out when I was playing volleyball, tried to spike it, and my shoulder popped out, and I was like, oh, my shoulder popped out a little bit, so I can't do overhead throws and stuff like that. So getting getting old, but that happened when I was like 25, and I was still 28 when I was balling in grad school. So, but I was playing with one arm. People don't notice. People probably like, this dude sucks. I was still doing okay. It's just I was always playing with one healthy arm. So, but I loved it, so I kept playing. Um, for free, of course. And I remember when we were out in the court, Everett Golson would join us. He was the QB. A lot of the Notre Dame women's basketball team, who were like national champions at the time, they still are. They're really good. They'd come out and play with us, and we do decent against them. But they were good too. There were such athletic people at Notre Dame. I remember seeing people jump. It seemed like jumping out of the gym, like a whole bunch of guys. Like, seemed like they were on trampolines, and I was like, geez, these guys are athletic. And I found out they were like athletes, like football players or something. But no, you'd run into football players at Notre Dame. I remember going to the gym real early in the morning, and I saw, who was that corner? I forget his name. I'll get it, but real early, I saw him. He was trying to get into the gym, just the regular gym, really. And he's a football guy, and he was a corner. People said the most difficult position in all of sports is a corner, and I'm just like, dude, I don't know about that. They're like, well, you got to follow him step for step, all in the open field, and you can't have any mistakes and this and that and the other. And it's like, I'm like thinking, basketball's the same way. You can't let someone get a step on you. You got to step in front of them, or you haven't helped defense, and you have help defense in football as well. But it's like, I guess if it's a one-on-one ISO out there, and he does the juke move on you, but I don't understand all this like obsession we give to cornerbacks. I really don't. It's like, if people play ball, they know, like, you're changing directions all the time, and they cannot get a step on you. If they get a step on you, you're cooked too. So um, you know, I personally, this is my personal opinion, the best athletes are in basketball. My personal opinion. Like, you look, I think Austin Rivers said it the other day. He's like, LeBron is like, who in all the sports is a 6'9" forward and moves like LeBron, jumps like LeBron? Athletically, I don't think anybody matches up with LeBron in his prime. And you can say the same thing about Anthony Edwards today. And it's always a shock when you see MLB players or football players like windmill dunking, But you see that pretty regularly in the NBA, So not necessarily windmill dunking, but there's a lot of people who could do it. And you can always tell an athlete's athletic if they're doing that. So that's my argument on athleticism as far as sports. I see all these podcasts and I'm like, yeah, I can appreciate it, but there's this popular argument going around who can cross over into what sports, and just because you're a great athlete like Jordan, it doesn't make you a great baseball player. He's probably too tall. But I'm saying the best athletes, I feel like, are in basketball. So So Pitbull is playing, and Travis Scott played last year. He showed up and then performed on the roof. He didn't even perform live, which is crazy. It's just like, so none of us saw him perform in the stadium. It was just like, wow. I don't know who like advised him on that, but such a weird idea. Like, why are you performing live on the roof of the stadium? Like, nobody can see you. So we got a video feed of him on top of the roof. It was weird. About to eat some BBH, y'all. Boom ba hui. Boom ba hui. Or if you're Hui, you say boom ba hui. I can do both dialects. I practiced my southern dialect when I was in Saigon. Big help. And when I was in Vietnam, I was in Hue, where my parents are from, central Vietnam. And I was like, yo, when I'm in Saigon, nobody understands me when I talk in because I have a really thick accent. You can compare it to like a country accent, a central Vietnam, It is a old imperial city, which I'm posting, by the way, a lot of my videos, not only for friends, my Vietnam trip, it's also for family as well, who weren't able to make it, or want to see it in the future, uh, for them to kind of check it out as well. But it takes a little while, it takes a long time, and it may not be interesting to everybody, but that's why I'm posting it, is just because it's very difficult to get the whole family out to Vietnam, or a big portion of the family out to Vietnam. So I'm going to continue to try to post that in let's just say sometime within the next 6 months. But it's kind of timeless stuff as far as I'm concerned, because it was for my dad's 80th, and our whole family was kind of out there, and it was such a great experience for my nieces and nephews, to learn a little bit about Vietnam. I'm about to hit some lunch, y'all. I'll be back. Sitting here eating candy. All right, I'll be back. I want Indiana to win, by the way.
Indiana.
Check this out, y'all. This is pepper. Or wait, it's like really spicy stuff. My mom made it. But yeah, I stopped by yesterday and about to put this in the BBH. So, hey, y'all like my jacket right here? You know you like that. I'm back with some BBH. How am I going to show you all this? Go like this. Boom, baby. Boom, baby. Yeah. I put the pepper in it already. Veggies. Some meat. Shrimp balls. I don't know what this is. Like, these are banana shavings. Banana root shavings and like lettuce. And obviously noodles. So, you know, this is a huge lunch, but I gotta eat it while it's fresh. That's how it works, you know. But yeah. Day in the life, baby. This is the real stuff, you know. It's like, this is why I never go to like Vietnamese restaurants, because my mom is the real deal as far as cooking Hue stuff. So I was like, why would I go to a Vietnamese restaurant? It's like they cook in mass, and my mom cooks for us, for the family typically. So yeah, but I usually eat at my desk. Very flavorful. It is a tough one to cook too. Like, to get it to taste right. Not easy. It's like a dinner, but it is what it is. That's where it's at, baby. Are these little like ginger leaves or something? These aren't edible, but they add flavor. Trash can. I don't know what these are, but they add flavor. What is this? I don't know what it's called. I'll ask my mom, but it's like ginger or something. I don't know, but it's good. But it's like ginger. You don't eat it for. It's like flavor. I don't even like to go out and eat anymore, y'all. The service is bad. You don't know what they put in your stuff. The service is almost universally bad. You go to Vietnam, the service is usually pretty good, you know. The service is bad, and then it takes a long time. You don't know what they're putting in your food. I don't know. And it's not cheap. So not even sure what I'm paying for nowadays, you know? Yeah, it was bomb. I'm not gonna lie. Ten out of 10. They put like some people like pig blood in it. It's like coagulated pig blood, and I've never liked the taste of it or the concept of it. But the old school, like the real hardcore BBH people, they like that, dude and dudette. That's what they're about. But it does have like, I guess it's tendon or something, and beef and stuff like that, and pig something, you know. But I typically try to eat at my desk just because the market's still going usually when I eat lunch. I don't hate it, but I used to do it all the time. Eat lunch after trading hours. And it's not a big deal. It's just, you know, if you're eating like really early in the morning, eating at 1 p.m. is like, and sometimes it's like 1:30, 2 p.m. by the time you wrap up, you know, the trading day, that it's like, I don't know, you feel like it's a late lunch. So, you know, to get my lunch in, sometimes I'll just eat at my desk. Well, a lot of times, just because it's more efficient. One of the PMs I work for at U.S. Trust, Bank of America Private Bank, he'd always eat at his desk. Or, no, that's not true. He'd take like a half an hour lunch. But it wasn't a long lunch, you know? So... Yeah, usually I'm not eating this. I'm usually eating like some like lunch meat or something, or something I cooked on the weekend. People are hating on Costco. Sorry, I just spit. People are hating on Costco chicken, but I'm like, people don't realize like that's a loss leader for Costco, you know? So they don't make any money off that chicken. And it's a decent chicken. So in an emergency, you know, you can buy that. But in the mornings, like I cook every day, but usually simple meals, easy meals. Yeah. And then obviously, I live close enough to my parents in terms of in Sacramento. Uh, every now and then I'll get a meal from them. Um, yeah, more because they, if you want Vietnamese food, they cook the best Vietnamese food. So I don't know what happened to Cleveland. I they're a perfect example. Like Warriors did it 1 year too, where they got this awesome regular season record, and then just didn't make it very far, as far as people, or as far as I'm sure they thought they would in the playoffs. It's carried over to this year somehow. It's bomb, dude. Holy crap. All right, it's done. Got spice on my lips still. That spice was intense. It might be on my chapstick now. I forgot to mix it, and so it was sitting in there in a chunk. And at some point, I ate it. Probably the whole thing at the same time. So, whoops. Winter Games. Chloe Kim dislocated her shoulder or whatever. That was a heavy lunch, but it was hella good. Whoa, I ate way too much. Whoa! Now I'm sleepy. Yeah, I'm just continuing to just double check every single transaction, every single money movement, just following all my moves throughout the year. And every now and then you'll see me like, why'd I sell that or why'd I buy that? But I said this on the live stream last time. It's just like Warren said. It's if it was if every time you went and played golf you got a hole in one, it wouldn't be that fun of a game, right? And everybody would play and everybody would win, and that's just not the way it goes. And he also says, don't look back, look forward. You can only do so much about it, and I do that. It's just when I'm reviewing the year and everything that went on, that's what I look at, and I try to improve, and that's all you can do is try to improve, go forward. But this right here, this little placard, play like a champion today. This is all about, I guess some Notre Dame students gave Warren an invest like a champion today, but it's a mantra that don't wait till tomorrow to play like a champion, essentially, so whatever elements you think you need and whatever, you just imagine yourself there and start doing that today, so I think it helps people get locked in, and all the football players, when they go down the stadium, they touch that sign. So of course I had no idea what that sign even was when I went to Notre Dame. I had never even watched Rudy, to be honest. So I sat there and I was like, why is everybody touching that sign? So I pointed at it instead. Like, why would I touch a sign, touch a logo, so, but now I get it. So, I mean, that just shows you though, like how little I cared about. I was more in it for the education and the opportunity to network and get better. It really wasn't about, football or getting football tickets, or I knew nothing about I knew nothing about it. I mean, you hear about it, but like I didn't know the last title was in 1988. I didn't know the struggles that they've gone through since then. My first year, they went to the national championship and they lost badly. Since then, though, they've only gotten better with Marcus Freeman, at least. And I remember being on campus with the basketball coach. I forget what his name was. Mike Bray, I believe his name was. And obviously the basketball program is a little bit different from the football program, but Mike would go around and I'd be studying at Starbucks and he'd be like, trying to build a relationship with the kids because he knows, or the students, because he knows that he needs their support at the end of the day. So he'd go out and be like, you go to the game, and it's just, it's just funny because I had never seen Brian Kelly on campus ever. I don't think he ever interacted with the students, and apparently, this is what I'm hearing now, he kind of did that with the football players as well, so. And from my understanding, Marcus Freeman is a lot more involved. He likes to be involved. He likes to be, he's got the energy to do it. And he's not, he's not, too good to, well, he knows he wears many hats as a coach at Notre Dame. It's not just coaching. It's, I watched this reality TV of Here Come the Irish and he's going around like, they're parading him around to alumni events to drum up alumni support for the football program and all this stuff. And he's doing a lot of stuff, meeting with old coaches and obviously trying to interact with the student body. He did some sort of fireside talks with the MBA program or the business program, which obviously Brian never did. And so I think people have a real love for Marcus Freeman, not only on campus, but his players as well. And so I think that's why people are buying into his philosophy and his program. And so when people are sitting here saying this Indiana coach Cignetti is a, I don't know, the best coach by a mile, I laugh. That's a joke because Marcus really, really whooped him last year. So, and he said the same stuff, same swag. And granted, one quarterback football player can make a difference, and it obviously has. But I think on like every level, I think he was out coached. I mean, the players were better. I mean, so to sit here and say, jump on the Indiana bandwagon and be like Cignetti's the best by a mile. I forgot who said that, but I posted on my X, which I'm not a big fan of X, but I posted on my X that whoever said that is a clown because it's just not. That's not even real. It's just too recent. People just jump on this bandwagon, this Indiana bandwagon. Which again, I want to see him win, and well, really, I think they will win. Miami's like this, and for whatever reason this year, but I feel like it was a really corrupt process. I feel like people made some calls. Maybe Marco Rubio made a call to the CFP committee, or they felt like, hey, it was in Miami, so we put Miami in there. I have no idea, but there's not to take away from Carson Beck because he's, had he been on Georgia last year, I think they would have made a better run at it. He was injured, and I think Gunnar Stockton took his place. But the point is, he's a heck of a quarterback. I mean, he should have been pro. He could have went pro, and he decided. I don't know. He decided to stay back because the endorsements are so large and lucrative now for college players. Which I'm happy for these college players who are getting paid now. I mean, it wasn't like that when I was going to Notre Dame. So there's these running jokes on these podcasts by former athletes, like how much did you get paid? How much? So apparently it's been going on anyway. I don't know about any of that, but I think they probably are able to get paid even more with the deal structure the way it is now. And so college sports is big, especially football. I like March Madness and everything. I just don't think it's the same thing as college football. Drake May. The Pats are all of a sudden relevant again. This is nuts. Well, it's not nuts. I guess it's been going on for some time. They got Diggs now as well. But Seattle was looking dominant. So what? It's Seattle versus LA. And then I don't know I don't even know. I stopped paying attention after the Niners lost. But so Rams, okay, hold on. Rams and Seahawks, okay. And then Patriots and Broncos, which Bo Nix is injured. So the Patriots will probably take that, I think. And then I think the Seahawks will beat the Rams. And then I don't know. Man, the Seahawks really ran over the Niners. So I really I don't know. If the Seahawks play like that, I don't know who's gonna beat them. That was ridiculous. It's like every time I look back at the screen, I was like, all right, that was enough. And bang, they were like, oh my gosh, I don't know. They hit him hard and they didn't stop driving. That's the best way to say it. And it was shocking. It was shocking how bad that was, lopsided that was. I thought it'd be a little bit closer, but that was bad. The Rams are good. They barely beat the Bears, but the Bears are good too. That's another example. Like Chet Holmgren, like who's he gonna post up with that body type? Like the dude's rail thin. So is Wembenyama. So it's like it might even be better for their health. I don't think um these guys, these 7-footers, I think Shaq said it. Like the chances of them living past 60 uh, is like 50-50 or something. I don't know. Scott Pollard, a center on our team and the Kings, recently got, I think, a replacement heart because your heart only grows so big. And I found this out from the you know people the my the physicians in my family is like your heart is only so big and it can only work so hard. And if your body grows, your heart's not gonna your heart's one of those organs that it can only get so big, it can only work so hard. So everybody apparently has like kind of the same sized heart or the same, in terms of the engine. It doesn't scale with your body. And so if you for some reason grow to 7 foot, most likely your heart is working overtime. Um, and so these weightlifters, Arnold, who was, he had some heart issues. You don't want to. This whole trend of getting like ridiculously big is just made for TV. Like people like got to be careful, especially as you get older. This I remember, and I won't say who, but I remember people saying, back in the day, I want to get so big, I want to get so ripped. I mean, a lot of people. It's just, I obviously played sports, and so in high school, and so it was just people wanted to get ridiculously big, and um, when you're young, it doesn't matter as much. I think as you get older, you don't want your heart working that hard, um, or needing to work harder than it already is. So yeah, watch that weight. Everybody's got to watch that weight. I think everybody, but especially if you have, family history of certain stuff as well, you got to be extra careful. Which I'm healthy. I'm a very healthy person, and so I'm thankful for it. But yeah, it took a lot to lose some weight, to be honest. I went on a little diet and changed my workout to include cardio. And then as far as eating, I used to eat to like gain weight, obviously, and I just have gotten away from that. So, um, I just eat and eat and eat. It's like that's what bodybuilders do. But they're these bodybuilders are also on like steroids, so yeah, be careful. Don't yeah, I don't know. Don't believe the hype, I guess. Think for yourself, think independently, and stay healthy and know what your target weight is and try to stay within that target weight, I guess. That's what I've learned. And I feel a lot better. I feel pretty good. That I'm not carrying around that much weight. So I'm back at college weight. So yeah, Oklahoma City's gonna win. Gosh, Cleveland is so I don't know what happened. And then Detroit's really good. And the Celtics are so strong. I'll say this though. ND, I think they'll get another title run next year because I think CJ Carr is really good. I think they're going to get another title run next year. And really, as long as Marcus Freeman is there, players are going to continue to be attracted to him. He's going to continue to have success recruiting, and they're going to continue to have programs that will compete with the best of them. So I think this is going to be a long-term. I'm a long-term, obviously, bull on the Notre Dame program under Marcus Freeman. I know he's getting recruited everywhere, but I hope he does a Coach K and just stays there for his whole career and retires there because I think he can win multiple titles for Notre Dame. Not him alone, but I think he can recruit players who can help him do that and motivate him, and they're going to want to play for him. I think more than any other coach. I'm talking about like 5-star athletes, you know. And I know Cignetti can do all that with 1-star athletes or whatever. Marcus Freeman can do that with 4 and 5-star athletes. So, you know, Marcus Freeman can do what Kirk Cignetti is doing with better athletes. That's the best way to say it. So I was shocked at the amount of Notre Dame hate there is out there. Obviously, my brother-in-law was telling me it's like the Yankees, you know. Everybody wants to see the Yankees lose. Well, I didn't know anything about Notre Dame football going in, except that they were, you know, a decent football program or whatever historically. And obviously, you know, me being a Kings fan, I'm always used to like losing teams anyway. So I'm not used to seeing this level of hate. Although when the Kings were good, they got a lot of hate too. I mean, they should have been a championship team. So they have a championship in their history, but I think they should have been a championship team within the Sacramento era if they hadn't been cheated. I think most people know that. So before the Warriors got popular with Steph Curry, and another Warriors, and you know, their fans are out there, but before the Warriors were good, the Kings were good. So I would say yeah, I mean, I think the Warriors have great ownership going forward, but it is a fading dynasty, you know. Everybody's acting like Kirk Cignetti's freaking Mark Saban or Nick Saban. This is a joke, dude. And dudettes. Just watch. When Notre Dame doesn't get cheated out next year, you watch. You watch. That's messed up. They had John Summit come through this year, man. It's like, come on. John Summit and freaking Calvin Harris, which was, I think, the first time I had heard EDM music or went to an EDM concert. And I still call them concerts because I'm like, I feel like that's what they are. Like, but yeah, Calvin Harris was my first. I went with a bunch of bankers at Bank of America in Charlotte, and that was my first one. And it was fun. So that was like in 2014. It's 2026, 12 years ago, I guess. And it's only gotten bigger. Gosh, EDM has blown up, and so obviously I'm doing some producing on the side, and I really, obviously this is my first passion. I have other interests, but they're not a passion as much as this. Although, music's fun. I didn't know DJing would be so fun. But I hate to say, but again, I gotta focus on, well, first of all, what I love, but things that well, let's just say I don't see myself being John Summit anytime soon. Yeah, I guess he was an accountant and now he makes a living off of it. And I don't see myself really doing that. It's just like basketball. I know my limits. Oh gosh, I got really good feedback on my social media on my on the remix I did, the Broke Boys remix I did. I had this guy comment. He's like, I think the auxiliary is off or the vocals are off, and I'm like, it sounds off because it's different from the original song because I had to slow down the vocals. But once you listen to it, once the beat drops, it is on beat. Like I used to break dance. I know what's on beat. You know what I mean? Like, so that part helps me. And I didn't used to break. I used to dance. I used to do like 8-step choreography stuff for show. So I wasn't like all that, but but yeah, on beat. Like I was like, no, it's on beat. It may be a little bit off on the on beat, but it's on beat, Well, it's pretty close. So the point is I can dance to it. That was the main thing. I was like, can I dance to this? Can I break to this? And I was like, oh, hell yeah. That's how I think, if I can get down to it, I'm good. And then there's this remix, I'll say it here first, Amoti, because I went to Japan, so I was like, listen to all these. You post a Japan thing, you get flooded with Japan stuff, and so there's this Amoti, and I was listening, and I was like, what does this sound like? And then I started, and that's how I actually got the ideas. I think for Broke Boys, I think I was messing around on the turntables, and I was like, oh, this sounds good. And so I was mixing Amoti, and then I mixed in Teach Me How to Dougie, because it sounds like that, and it mixes. It sounds pretty good together. So I'll probably do one of those remixes. The problem is, like, I like DJing EDM a lot more than I do hip hop and top 40s, and the BPMs are different. Like 50 Cent BPMs are like 145, right? Beats per minute. And then EDM is like 120, 130. So it's like you can slow it down and do all that. And then, once you get to 145 or you can speed it up to 180 and start doing like, you know, some dubstep, a lot of that dubstep, uh, even drum and bass is up to like 180, it's really, really fast. So, um, but when you have to speed it up that much and slow it down that much, it gets a little bit more difficult to mix in my view, you know. So I like to stay with the particular genre, um, and just mix it live. But yeah, I was doing that. Uh, like I said, Emoti and Teach Me How to Dougie, they go together. You heard it here first. I don't know. Maybe somebody else has got that. I haven't Googled it. Just like I didn't Google, Broke Boys. There's other Broke Boy mixes with levels, but it doesn't sound like mine. So, um, but anyhow, it took, like I said, that took me a lot longer than I thought it would, and it seems pretty simple, but for whatever reason, it wasn't. So, just like most things, but I cooked it up in my head, I imagined it. So, anyway. But I hate doing that. I hate like thinking of two things. Like I like doing things live. Like I don't like having. It's just like when I used to break. Like, um, the thing is like the judges like to see freestyling, I guess, and variety and all that, and I get that. But it's like, you know, when I used to break, you have like a few power moves and you do the same power moves pretty much. So, but I think this whole Olympics thing was like, yeah, you got to freestyle, you got to do all this. But anyway, um, but when I think about like DJing, I think about like hip hop culture and like rapping and stuff like that as well. And now obviously breaking, like freestyling is a big thing. So I hate like going in with my idea already, um, when I'm doing a set or something like that, which I haven't done many sets. But the point is, I like going in there and freestyling. Um, you know, I don't want to like force this one thing that I had everything ready for and the sampler ready for and then the beat drop ready for. I don't know, that's just it's tough for me because I want every set. I'd want me as a DJ, I'd want every set to be different and sound different. Um and like creating on the fly type thing. So um so that's sort of my philosophy on DJing. Oh, Marcus Freeman's on already. Let me listen to this dude.
You have to defend the guys. You can't put the extra guy on press. Exactly right. Exactly right. So we did some really good things up front. I thought D-line played well against them last year, but this team is really good. Yeah. Really good. Well, Marcus, after two really disappointing losses to start the season against some really good football teams,
Saban's a jerk.
You did a phenomenal job with your team, and your team took care of business on all the rest of the team in dominant fashion toward the end of the season. So I said after those first two games, you deserve to be in the playoffs. That's a playoff team.
Of course.
Make it. The system didn't allow you to make it. How did you handle that with your team? Because that's really tough. I've been in that situation before, so I know you did a great job with it, but I'd like to know how you handled it. Well, I think at first when you find out, you're disappointed, right? Because you get in front of your team, you don't have the answers for why, right? And this was never a situation where we deserved to be in the playoffs in front of Miami or Alabama or anything like that. This was, okay, the rankings have shown if we continue to win and the fact that we're winning, it looks like we're going to make the playoffs, and we did it. And so the day we found out, the response was one thing, but after 24 hours, the ability to get in front of your team and say, you know what, we have to move forward. And I remember our first team meeting we just had for 2026. My message was, it's up to us to leave no doubt. We left doubt. We lost by 4 or 5 points the first 2 games. We left out. It's our job to make sure guys
Yeah. I think he's still campaigning well. So
I don't think he's campaigning. That's a great approach.
I'm agreed. Yeah, we got to go forward.
Left out.
So how him right there saying, yeah, we lost 2 games by 4 or 5 points against the national champion run. Just so we can make our point clear. It's just the
What are you talking about?
Your circumstance creates change for the future that makes it better for college football players.
Yeah, I think that's going to happen in the college football playoffs a lot. They've already shown that they will change. Hopefully, they'll continue to evolve to make the great. Let's talk about college football playoffs. You guys obviously go on a run last year. If you're these coaches, you're messaging each week. If your team continues to win the biggest games, how did you come up with the messaging? What was your thoughts? Because managing success is harder than failure sometimes in the college football playoffs, especially in your world now. I'm telling guys they're the greatest players of all time on my show. I think Harvey saying it on the game. Everybody's seeing these clips. How did you manage to messaging to your guys that can continue to win the biggest games of the year?
Yeah, every week they continue to do the same message. I got to see the elephant. How do we get better? How do we find a way to set advantage of these 5 to 7 practices and find a way to improve the next outcome? So that's what the message was included in it. Trying to keep the main thing, right? It's still a game. Do what you got. I remember I got a message from Jason Garrett, who played in my Super Bowl game. He said, he gave me an example of the 2-5-4. So the team meeting before the national championship game, I had a 2-5-4. I said, look, I asked you guys to walk across this 2-5-4, everyone got it.
So Marcus Freeman just admitted on live air that Notre Dame left out. And that is true. And it should have left no doubt. And I'm glad he acknowledged that, because I mean, after the first 2 losses, I was like, we're cooked. I'm thinking to myself, we're cooked, but then they were very close losses and they didn't lose another game after that. And CJ Carr was a very young quarterback and he wasn't making downfield passes that first game. Against A&M. I'm sorry, against Miami. I don't think he did that. He didn't air it out until like the second half, and that's too late. It was too late at that point. And but you already saw like pieces of stardom, in what he was doing. All right. I mean, look, it is what it is. Look, that's part scheduling issues too. Like, I don't know why we scheduled a Miami team and with Carson Beck a first game of the season. Like, that's crazy. Like, and then A&M I think it was in A&M after that, which, doesn't leave any room for error. Especially if there's changes, which there was, although CJ Carr was the QB, I could have seen a scenario where the backup, Steve, I think Angeles, I don't know. He was a really accurate passer when he backed up Riley Leonard. I forgot his name, but he ended up transferring to Syracuse or something. But he was so good, and I thought he could have held it down, and then I think CJ Carr would have ended up starting maybe second half of the season. But again, I mean, it's just assuming everything went perfect. And hey, why not just start CJ Carr now and take let him learn. But yeah, it is what it is now. I mean, it's not like it's just I'm not actually that pissed off. I'm just surprised at the blowback whenever I'm like, hey, they should have been in the playoffs. Like on Threads, I'm getting into it with some people because I'm like I said, I don't like it when people try to shut me up. And you get some strong reactions when you say that about Notre Dame. Oh, when I'm like, I don't know if people cared that much. It's like a lightning rod. Pitbull's already performing. Oh my gosh. Yo, this year's CFP got some nice performers. Because I guess it is Miami, but geez. We got Kane Brown in the freezing cold. Lil Wayne's not bad, and then Travis Scott is really good, but Travis was sitting on the roof somewhere during halftime. It was crazy. yeah, so Kane Brown was like, it was this cool little secluded space for ticket holders only, but it was so cold. I don't remember. We were so cold. Like as soon as we can get into the stadium in Mercedes-Benz Stadium, we went in. So we missed Kane Brown because it was freezing. And by the way, there was a ton of people who missed it because it was so dang cold. Mavs and Knicks are playing. Hey, YouTube TV's got this 4-screen thing going. I love it. As a sports fan, I see 4 screens in one. I'll show you. I think I can stream. Like I can show you a little bit without getting in trouble. Basically, dang it, my freaking cords are all messed up now. Let me move my screen here so I can see. Like right here, I got 2 screens. Check it out. See that? It's bomb. Like I said, there's a bit of a delay on the YouTube streaming, but it's not that much. It's like I watched the market close too on CNBC. It's literally like 10 or 15 seconds. You know, whatever. You know, it just it's so convenient. I have it on every single one of my. I've got 3 TVs in my house, and I don't need cords for any of them. I can watch from any room, anytime. I can watch from my phone anytime. You can do that with obviously cable as well. But you can't have your TV. You got to have your TV near your cable hookup. And some of my TVs are placed where there's no cable hookup. So, it's helpful to be able to just throw on a streaming platform and be able to watch everything without the need of a cable hookup. my titling of my live is "Join me as I run a money management business," as though like it's like something exciting is happening in real time, and it's not. There's not. It's not. People are tuning in, and I'm like staring at QuickBooks or Excel the whole day. But hey, this is the real deal. Like, you know what I mean? It's like I'm not hiding nothing here. You know. So, and then you may ask, like, you know, you're working from a home office or whatever, why are you even dressed up? Well, sometimes I interact with clients. Sometimes a lot of times I'm running errands in the middle of the day. Sometimes most of the time after work. But sometimes in the middle of the day, a lot of times, and then sometimes I have, you know, client interactions in the middle of the day. But even when I work from home at Bank of America, you know, during COVID, I dressed up every day. Just because you just never know when a call is going to come in and you need to take it. And I've had that happen not only in this role, but all my previous roles. So it's just a habit. It's just a good habit to have. You know, why not just look disheveled and, you know, because there's a certain amount of professionalism I want to carry myself with. Not only, you know, not only when I'm in public, but in whenever, just during business hours. You know what I mean? Obviously, right now it's not business hours, but to me it is. It's like a Monday. I mean, I got to work in a little bit later, but not by much. You know, I just have, like I said, I got a lot of things to do, and I want to get them done, because once market hours hit, I mean, it's going to hit by 5:30. International markets are going. You already getting stock quotes for the next day. Futures are going. The platform that I'm on, you can trade starting tonight, you know? So, even when the market's closed. So, I mean, that's not to say anything. It's just already you're seeing markets move because of whatever the tariffs. That's what the headlines are saying. And the headlines tend to pump up whatever's happening. You know what I mean? So it's like, you just got to stay on top of it. You got to be like, you know, you got to be there during market hours. And that's why vacations are tough for me and things of that nature. And that's why the whole trip to Vietnam with my family, that's why I was like, oh my gosh, am I going to be able to make it? But late in the game, I was able to get an international calling card, so I could log in from anywhere. I could call from anywhere, if needed. You know, I didn't need to, thankfully, but that's why I took a shorter trip as well, in terms of whatever it was, 10 days, because, well, one, I had already been to Vietnam, so I wanted to do something different, and I wasn't going to go at all because of work, and I had already been to Vietnam. But I was like, well, what if I went to Japan? The yen is weaker, and blah 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 blah. So I planned for the second half of the trip, and it would motivate me to go to, you know, Vietnam as well. So, so that's what I did. I split the trip in two. Spent half with family, half in Japan, and you know, one can argue that, right, without a backup PM, backup portfolio manager, you know, you probably shouldn't go and leave your post, so to speak, right? But I was monitoring it the whole time, and that's why I limited it to 10 days as well. It was actually 10 days, including 4 days a weekend. So it was like, you know, maybe a week of business days. So 5 days, 6 days, it's not the end of the world. And, you know, it's not all about this. You know what I mean? I mean, I love this, but I got to keep balance. I got to have friends in my life. I got to have family in my life, you know, things of that nature. So that's why I try to be there for my nieces and nephews. That's why I try to hang out with friends and do all that. Cause I I do love this stuff though. This is fun for me. So, but with that said, it's everybody needs a little bit of balance, and that's why I thought the Vietnam trip was cool. I don't regret taking it either, honestly. But that's why it was so last minute, I really didn't even find out I could get this international calling plan till like the last minute. So I booked everything last minute, which is crazy. And then after I pulled it off, I was like, I cannot believe I just did that. So, but it worked out. And I'm glad it did. And like I said, I'm going to post a little more on that because that's timeless to me. That's family. That's, it's very important. And we did have a celebration at my older brother's house for my dad's 80th as well. And it was beautiful as well. And I did take a lot of video on that as well. So we'll see what I do here, but that stuff, the editing is just a lot of work. I mean, I'm sure social media people know, or whatever, social influencer. I don't know how the hell they do it, honestly. But yeah, I did very minimal editing on my last live. The only time I edited it was when I thought, like it shouldn't be in there, but otherwise, I leave everything in there. It's a lot easier for me, and I think it speaks to the live nature of this whole thing. So, but what was it? I Show Speed and that other guy, Kai Cenat. What do you say? He was like, is it the Truman Show, where you feel like you're in a fishbowl or people are watching the whole time, and it's like, but they do really interesting stuff. They're like yelling a lot, and everything is excitable, it seems like. But I also realized that could just be clips of the live, which, YouTube makes it pretty easy to like extract clips, which I think that's the whole point of a live, right? Like, especially when it's like all day or whatever it is, you get moments of ideas, and you don't have to think about, hey, how do I put this in a podcast? You just barf it out right there, and then you go back and grab it, whatever was good. And then actually YouTube transcribes it, so when you start talking, you see the parts where there's action. So you can go back and like cut that part and get highlights from that. And honestly, I'll be honest with y'all, I've always wanted to do I like a journal, like a daily journal. It was Phil Knight in Shoe Dog. What is his book called? I think it's Shoe Dog, isn't it? It's a good book, by the way. Yeah. He was like, I wish I had a journal. And, I had so many moments where I wish I had said something, or I had written it down. But everybody gives him props because during LeBron James's record-breaking point, he didn't have his phone up. But that's people's, I feel like, journal nowadays, their Instagram, stuff like that. It's like, I even go back to my Instagram when I forget a date of when I did something, or like what it was like. I go back to my own Facebook and Instagram, So at the very least, it's like a free website for people to go back to, and relive memories and stuff like that. So anyway, I think it might be the only thing that I can do semi consistently, out of fairness to my partners and everything else. So even though it's a beast of a file, and it's mistake prone, obviously. But there's ways you can edit after the fact. And as you can see, it's not like I have a bunch of people in here. I see people stopping in here and there, but I think I'm doing it mainly for the after. If nobody obviously shows up to the live. So, but yeah, I'm just seeing how it works, really. Like I said, I think as I was saying in my two lives, like my previous live, like I have a very practical mind. And I learn by connecting things, and I learn by making mistakes. So this whole thing may be a mistake, by the way, but but so far I enjoy it, because I've already gone back and extracted some stuff that I like. I had my mom's bumbahuet, for lunch, and I showed that on camera. So that type of stuff's pretty cool. And then yeah, if my partners ever want to stop in a live or something like that to check out what I'm doing, there it is, or friends or family, they can check in. I just saw Klay Thompson do this, by the way. I'm like, dude, how old are you, bro? I'm not hating, but I don't know what this is, y'all. Stanky? How is this a celebration? I gotta look it up, maybe. I didn't, by the way, I never Googled 6'7". And I asked my niece what 6'7" was. They did this whole video on 6'7". I can post it on Thanksgiving at my house here. And it was pretty funny, actually. But I just asked my niece, because I'm like, I hate being that old guy stealing like young people ideas, and the people I see doing 6 are in like elementary school. It's like, what the heck am I doing 6'7" for? You know what I mean? Like, I got cool stuff like in my age bracket. I don't need to copy an elementary school kid's thing. You know what I mean? So, let them have their moment. You know what I mean? But whatever. It's so I've never even done the gesture, because I'm like, yeah, I just, I had my moment. I had my moment. I did breakdance, and I did all that. You know what I mean? I did all the trendy stuff, and it's not like I can't anymore. But it's like one of those things where sometimes you feel silly doing it. It's the best way to put it. Which, going to concerts, by the way, EDM concerts, I call them concerts, and that just shows how old I am. But all these like young ravers just getting on these podcasts, and like these older ravers, it's like, or whatever it is, right? It's like, like I said, I went to my first concert, EDM concert. I called it Calvin Harris. Like, what? Like I said, in 2040, 2026, that's, a good 12 years ago, and I know people who have done it even well before that. But the point is, I was 30, I guess. I guess that's a little bit older to start music, because I grew up on hip hop. But I don't know if there's a too old age. The toughest part about going to these EDM concerts and raves, that some people call it, is standing, a lot. But all you're doing is like this, like pumping your fist. So it's like, I don't know what the big deal is. Which, by the way, I saw this guy post about going to raves, and he was like, "Yeah, just because I take off my shirt, it doesn't mean you have to touch me," or something like that. And I was like, total opposite. My experience. If it's hot enough, I take off my shirt and people don't touch me. And that's why I take off my shirt, is because they don't want to touch a sweaty guy. Otherwise it's like I feel like I'm getting pushed around all the time. I'm like, yo, so that's but then uh, but if they see it, so I find the opposite. So whoever posted that, I don't know I don't know what you're talking about. you know, but I had, like, at Martin Garrix, there was this dude. He was all over the place. He was like, yeah, yeah. He's like, he was gonna start trouble, and at that point, I was like, dude, I'm just gonna take off my shirt, because I'm like, it was hot, and I was like, this guy's way too near me. So I take off my shirt, and then I think like 10 minutes later, he starts saying, hey, what's up, bro? And then starts giving me daps, and I'm like, the heck was that? Like, I just made peace. See? I just made peace, not war. I deserve a Nobel Peace Prize for that. But my point is, I get the opposite reaction, so that's why I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna have fun. I'm gonna do whatever. But anyway, I'm about a third of the way through the year. As in double checking. I've already kind of done a lot of this stuff. Gosh, so okay. Football games in 2 hours. I got it on record, I think. Just in case I can't. Yeah, okay, I didn't know that. 4:30 Western time. That sucks. Such a weird time. It was the same weird time last year. I was like, what am I doing out here on a Monday? And Ohio State fans, by the way, are obnoxious. Some of them are nice, but there's so many of them, and they're always chanting OHIO so loud. Even during when the Leprechaun came out and our band came out, the Ohio State people would like yell over that. It's like, the whole notion, like the whole, stereotype of Midwesterners being these humble, like quiet people, that it was just totally shattered when I heard Ohio State fans for the first time. They just roll deep. There's so many of them. Because it's a bigger school, it's a bigger program. So, I thought I heard a lot of Notre Dame Irish fans, but it just seemed like the hotels near there, everything was just clogged with Ohio State people. But yeah, they won, and then they were so obnoxious. This guy with a cigar saw me wearing my Notre Dame shirt and was like, stretched out right in front of me at the airport, and I was like, what are you doing, dude? So yeah, obviously I ignore him, and then it just takes the fun out of it, I guess, if I ignore him. I think I have this game on record. Pitbull's still performing. Jeez. Miami. Never been, so I was really hoping, Notre Dame would make the championship because there's a chance that I would go. But it is what it is. College game day. Mr. 305. That had to have been a reason why they put Miami in. And I get all the politics around not saying Notre Dame deserved a spot over this or this. By the way, there's too many politics around that. I think Notre Dame deserved a spot over many of those teams. And I don't care that Miami won a head-to-head. Like, that was early in the season. And like I said, their wins were like Georgia at home and then like no name. And then another good team and then a no name. It's like, what? Like, and then the reasoning was very like an accountant and less like a financial analyst. That's the best way to say it. They looked at the comparables and like, hey, the point spread was bigger for all of these teams for Miami. And not Notre Dame. When you compare the exact comparables of Notre Dame, the point spreads weren't as big, except for Syracuse or something like that, right? And I just thought, it just seems odd that you would look at it so like an accountant and not like a financial analyst. Like, you're not accounting for improvement and then projecting for how well they would do in the playoffs, given the momentum they were bringing into the season, winning every single game after those first two losses. Incredible momentum that they could have taken into the playoffs and done very well. I honestly think this was Notre Dame's year. Like, Notre Dame, I think, could have won. And that's what's so disappointing. It wasn't just like a maybe. Like, they were primed to win, So, and that doesn't happen very often. So yeah, it's set to record, so I'm not worried about it. literally in an hour and a half, which is like at 5. They're going to be playing. Which, yeah, I might wrap up the day so I can catch that game. Get ready for tomorrow, do all that, you know what I mean? Why do I care about that game though, honestly? I don't care about no game with Notre Dame not in it. I wouldn't even cared about college football had it not been for Notre Dame. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't even care, honestly. I need to do my work. Like, if it was Notre Dame, I would totally watch it. I would totally like go out of my way. I try to go. You know what I mean? But if it's any other school, I'm just like, who cares? It's just like right now, like, or even in the playoffs, you know, with when the Kings don't make it or when the Niners don't make it, I'm just like, who cares? Or this year, baseball's in Sacramento this year when the A's don't make it. I'm like, who cares? You know. Mavs are whooping the Knicks. I think Clay's having a good game because he keeps doing this. All right, I gotta get up and stretch. Every couple hours, I should get up and stretch. I forget sometimes, but I'm gonna go stretch for a bit, come back. Think about what I'm gonna do here. Hold on. What? Get my stylish jacket on. I'm back. So, by the way, any title game that Notre Dame makes it to is a big deal. So even last year, I bought a bunch of like 2025 playoff stuff just to remember it by, because it's not all the time that you make a title game. It's not like, especially nowadays, it's not like basketball or even baseball, but baseball is not that common where you get back-to-back championships and there's a decent probability that you come back with the same team. Nowadays with the transfer portal, and it's just so competitive. I mean, and then people going pro, it's just really hard to keep a good team together. So I got a bunch of even that thing, even this little picture thing right here, that's from the title game. You can still buy it, but the clothes on the CFP website, you can't buy anymore. I bought a sweatshirt that says Notre Dame 2025, I think, and just a lot of things to remember it by, because it's not easy to do. So, but I also found out the live, it saved the whole 4 hours yesterday or 2 days ago. So I'm like, at least everything that I can tell, it'll save everything under 12 hours, at least everything I Googled. So who knows? All right, Sean. I think I'm gonna shut down this live. Probably, I don't know, do another one. Maybe one on Friday or Saturday or one of the weekends. I don't know yet. We'll see. I haven't figured it out yet. We'll see. We'll see what I can do and what can work and all that. But yeah, for now, I think I'm going to shut it down and go from there. But I still got a few things to do. I just all right, Sean. I'm gonna shut it down now. Thanks for joining. Whoever did, a few people did, I guess. And like I said, if you're watching the replay, feel free to just go through the silent parts. I wish there was while you're watching, you can see the transcript. But anyhow, till next time, thanks.